Well, good morning. We're just about ready to get started here this morning with our very first ever Route 66 Classic Open Cattle Show here at the 2026 Canadian County Free Fair. We'd like to invite our pre-junior heifers and steers over to the south side, which is by Sun Cattle Company, which is open for all of your breakfast pleasures. You can make your way over that way. We'll be ready to get started here momentarily. Before we do, but in traditional fashion and to honor the United States of America, I'd like to invite you to direct your attention to the center of the arena. Remove cover for our national anthem. Well, thank you, and good morning again, and welcome to the very first ever Route 66 Classic Open Cattle Show here at the 2026 Canadian County Free Fair. We're going to get the arena set, be ready to get started here momentarily. For those of you who are in the stands have not seen a show like this, we'll be running two arenas at the same time. We'll start here on the south side, closest to the exhibit hall and Sun Cattle Company. And then once those classes get run and get going, we'll start and transition over, and they will show again on the north side here on the opposite side of the arena. We'll be ready to get started here momentarily. If you are in the pre-junior heifer show or the pre-junior steer show, you can begin checking in our AOBs Angus, Charlet, and Kianina. You can start making your way and be getting ready. Mic check. Ring one, mic check. We're ready to get started here in our first ring, in Ring A here on the south side. We have two exhibitors in the pre-junior heifer. The way the show's going to go today is that if we have breeds with single entries in them, we will run that breed champion all at the same time. So those class winners will come in all at the same time. So we will do the best that we can to keep you alert and aware of how the schedule is going. It will go pretty quick, so be alert to the announcements that we make. But if there is a single entry in several classes, we will run those classes concurrently for breed champion and reserve. In our first class here in Ring A, we do have two classes in our pre-junior heifer, a single entry in each class. Those exhibitors, those class winners, are entering the arena at this time.
Good morning. Everybody hear me somewhat? We got a really good way to get started today and a good show. These two young ladies, oh, there we go. We got it working now. But a good way to get started here. Two young ladies doing a really good job showing two really nice mini Hereford heifers. Two heifers that are real different in terms of their type and kind. And I think two heifers you probably could go either way just on maybe where you lay your priorities today. I'm going to leave them how they stand here. And honestly, when we put them into motion, when they walk in here, I like this one to win. You get in behind them, I like them to win. When you put them on the side, I'd probably switch the pair. That's kind of the differences here. But big-haired, big body, kind of a heifer. She's built a little better out of her hind leg, a little stouter hind leg, a little square in the way she sets down, a little wider and square at her hock, maybe a little more flexible today when you put her into motion. Heifer that's still wide and bold and has some dimension to her. Get off from the side, I think that's where you start to question which one you want to lead off with, because the one in second is later maturing. I think time's going to be her friend. More extension up front, longer out of her hip, later maturing in her look. She's a lot more attractive and balances up a little neater today. Get right up on top of them. She's maybe a little flatter. Maybe put her into motion, not as square in the way she goes out of her hind leg today. Little differences there on a really nice pair of mini Hereford heifers. You two young ladies are doing a great job getting them showed. Y'all got them set up just right when we stopped here both times. Let's put our hands together for these young ladies. Good way to get started.
Well, congratulations in our pre-junior heifer show here in the first ring. Both of these animals are owned by our champion and reserve champion, Cambry Keith. Congratulations in our pre-junior heifer. We're now ready for our pre-junior steer. We have a single exhibitor. They're invited into the arena under the direction of the ring help. We're very pleased to have two very talented judges here to evaluate our animals at this very first ever Route 66 Classic Open Cattle Show at the Canadian County Fair. Over here on the south side in Arena 1, Arena A, is Cody Luchek. He lives in Canyon, Texas with his wife Lonnie and daughters Luca and Lachlan. He works for Livestock Nutrition Center and raises and sells purebred Brangus cattle and show steers. In college, he graduated from Texas Tech with a degree in animal science and a master's in business, was an All-American livestock judge at Blinn Junior College and Texas Tech, and was a member of the Tech's 2011 National Champion Livestock Judging Team. Cody has judged national, state, and local shows across the country. We are very pleased and excited to have you here today. Once we get finished with the pre-junior heifers and steers over here in Ring A, we'll transition over and also show in Ring B. Ring B has Brady, grew up raising and showing cattle near Lubbock, Texas. He received his bachelor's and master's degree from Texas Tech University. He was a member of the 2011 National Champion Livestock Judging Team, currently resides in Amarillo, Texas with his wife, Carly Shea, and daughter, Ryla James, where he served as CEO for Tri-State Fair Rodeo Association. Thank you both for coming here today to El Reno at the 2026 Canadian County Free Fair to evaluate our animals.
We've just got a single entry, a miniature Hereford steer here. Young lady's doing a great job. Got him stuck right there, and she could withstand a lot of competition. You can see she's putting in the work at home. That thing's got fresh hair, fresh just in the way he's fed in terms of his body and his muscle, and a good steer, correct in terms of his feet and legs. He's got some shape down his top, balances up, has some, I think, extension for a miniature steer, one that's certainly got a lot of quality. You're doing a great job. Let's put our hands together for this exhibitor. Congratulations.
Here in our pre-junior steer show, your breed champion. Congratulations to Cambry Keith. We'll now invite our AOB Angus, Charlet, and Kianina to make their way into the makeup area. We'll be ready for you in Ring A. Here momentarily, we'll be starting in Ring B here on the north side with our first class, the Junior Heifer. We're expecting 2 exhibitors, a single entry in 2 classes. We'll be having 2 exhibitors, a single entry in 2 classes. In Junior Heifer in Ring B here momentarily, we'll allow you to enter under the direction of the ring help. Over here on the south side, closest to Sun Cattle Company, we have an opportunity to get started in Ring A with AOB Steer. You may make your way into the arena. We're ready for you to go. Angus, Charlet, and Kianina, you can begin checking in here on the south side. Begin checking in. We'll be looking for you here next. And once again, as a reminder, in our classes that have single entries in the entire breed, we will bring you in together for breed champion and reserve.
We're going to get started in a steer show here with the single entry AOB here. American Brangus steer, young lady brings us weighing about 1,300 pounds. Calf's got lots to like about him. Really long bodied, big footed, stout bone kind of steer. Has a little extra frame size, and if we want to pick on him a little, maybe could give him a little more muscle shape in relation to his frame size, but a sound made one. She's done a good job feeding him to this point. Let's put our hands together for this young lady and this AOB steer.
Congratulations to your breed champion in AOB, Archer Brumley, showing Buskus. We're now ready for we have two classes, a single entry in each class in Angus steer. Those two exhibitors are invited into the arena here on the south side. Over here on the north side in our second ring, our champion and reserve champion, those animals are both owned by Cambry Keith. Congratulations to all of your successes here on the north side. We're now ready for pre-junior steer. We're looking for a single exhibitor in that class.
We've got a nice pair of Angus steers out here. You're going to put them on the side, and we may be thinking about how we run the ring here. They keep wanting to go back to the stalls here, but two good steers. They both got quality, well shown. A lot more horsepower in the young man steer that's going to win the class, and you get right behind the pair, quite a bit wider and bolder, bigger hip steer, just has more product to him. Still good in terms of his feet and legs. Calf still balances up pretty good. It's from the side. You probably pick on him a little from his chest back to his flank, his bottom line. Doesn't balance as good as the young lady steer in second. I'd say that's the difference in the pair. Good body, sound, smooth made when the young lady's got here coming out next. He is better in his chest floor. He's deeper in his flank. Altogether, maybe balances up a little better. Like I said, you get behind him, not near as much calf there in terms of just foot, bone, width, and power. But two quality steers there. Certainly had some trade-offs. Congratulations to both of you.
Over here on the south side in ring number 1 in Angus, your breed champion comes out of the second class, Bryson Cooper. Reserve champion, Mila Nunez. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. We have a single entry in Charlet. Charlet, under the direction of our ring help. In the south side, in the first ring, you may enter the arena. Over on the north side in our second ring, congratulations to our pre-junior steer, breed champion, Cambry Keith. We'll now be ready to start in ring B with our AOB steer. You can enter the arena under the direction of the ring help.
This young lady brings us a single entry in the Charolais breed here. Calf's got some neat stuff about him. Really wide, really shapely, and he's stopping from the side. Really kind of a choke-necked, long body kind of a steer. Has some bend to his rear leg there. He gets out and moves good enough. One that certainly gives you a lot of power and a lot of extension. Congratulations.
So congratulations here on the south side, closest to the expo hall. In the Charolais, your breed champion is Abby Bullard. Congratulations. We're now ready to move right along into Kianina. On the south side are Herefords, Limousine, and Maine Anjou. You can begin checking in the makeup area. We're now ready here on the south side with our single entry in Kianina. I want to remind all of our exhibitors here today that if you would like to find more places to go show, the Kiowa County Fair is having a show August 27th to the 29th in Hobart, Oklahoma. For more information, you can come up here to the announcer's stand. We do have a flyer that we can show. You can take a picture of it with your phone. August 27th to the 29th in Hobart at the Kiowa County Fair. Congratulations here on the north side in ring number 2. Our breed champion in AOB is Archer Brumley. Our Angus steers can begin making their way over to ring 2. We have a single entry in 2 classes expecting 2 exhibitors. Both exhibitors are invited into the arena. We'll show for breed champion and reserve.
We got another single entry over here in the Kianina show. The young man brings us a nice yellow steer here. Still kind of prospect stage calf, but good built. Calf's got a lot of quality. Big footed, big bone, heavy legged kind of steer. Still put together pretty good through his shoulder and his neck for one that has some extra substance. You know, from the side, you maybe question how much shape does he have? Get behind him, still pretty wide made calf. Has some product. I think he's developing well. Be a nice project for this young man down the road. Congratulations.
Over on the south side here in ring 1, your breed champion in Kianina. Congratulations to Brooks Webb. Over on the south side, we'll be ready for our Hereford division. We have a single entry in 3 classes. Those 3 exhibitors are invited into the arena. We'll evaluate those 3 exhibitors for breed champion and reserve. Over here on the north side in our Angus Steer show, your breed champion is out of the second class. That is Bryson Cooper. Your class winner and reserve champion out of the first class is Mila Nunez. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Under the direction of our ring help, we're ready for Charlet on the north side.
We had 3 single entries, so we're kind of 3 different weight divisions in this Hereford Steer Show, but 3 good steers. We're going to kind of talk about each 3 of them before we select the champion and reserve Hereford. Got a real nice prospect weight in stage 1. Young lady brings us out of the first class. Calf's kind of got the wow factor in terms of look and power. Really neat neck and chest, huge middled, awesome centered kind of a steer. And when you step behind him, big muscled, easily I think the heaviest muscled one in relation to his frame and size and maturity out here. You talk about structure, standing there, maybe you say, man, this Hawk's maybe a little coarse. You put him into motion, he's awesome. The reach and flex and comfort when you put him into motion would also be my favorite. Good steer there, a lot of quality, gets out and moves really good there at the surface. Real solid steer young man's got there in the middle. Big-footed, stout-boned, square-built, kind of wide-made steer that has a lot of still width and shape to him. Maybe doesn't just wow you and blow you away from the side like the one up front does, but everything balances there. Calf's got some muscle, good-footed, good structured steer. He'll kind of fight the young man a little bit when he put it into motion. Probably why we're out here practicing a little bit and doesn't collect himself with as much presence maybe as that one right in front of him. But good steer, I think one I'd certainly like to feed as well. Just the combination of structural correctness, substance, still having some muscle to him and being real square in the way he's put together. Certainly a quality individual there as the second class. Steer out of the third class, another one with some quality, clean necked, really muscular Hereford steer as well. Big backed, big ended kind of a steer. Still pretty good at the ground, still pretty comfortable when you put him into motion. You step off to the side with this trio, and maybe because he's a little harder haired, but maybe a little coarser through his shoulder. He's got a little more chest and a little tighter there in his forerib. None of that maybe blends together as neat or balances as neat as those 2 younger calves right in front of him. So really good set of Hereford steers here. Really like the calf with kind of the wow factor up front. He's going to be our champion. Still a really nice one here. Young man's gotten the second hole. It's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
In our single entry here, we've got a really good steer that the young lady brings us to. He's one that just from a power standpoint, you can tell how much dimension and expression.
All right, let's get ourselves caught up here on the south side in the Hereford division. Your champion came out of class number 1, Paisley Weatherly. Your reserve champion and class winner out of class number 2 is Heston Symes. And congratulations out of class 3 to your class winner, Kaylee Noss. Over on the north side, in the Charlet side of the show, first place and your champion in the breed division is Abby Bullard. We're now ready for limousine on the south side, closest to the expo hall. And on the opposite side, here on the north side, Kia Nina. We have a single entry in the Kia Nina on the north side. And we have 3 exhibitors, a single entry in 3 classes on the limousine side here on the south side. All right, congratulations here on the north side in the Kianina show to Brooks Webb, your breed champion. Over here on the north side, we'll be inviting our Herefords in. We have 3 exhibitors, a single entry in 3 different classes. We'll invite all of those exhibitors into the arena for breed champion and reserve selection. Over in ring 1 on the south side, Main Anjou, you can begin checking in. Following Main Anjou, Solaire is welcome to begin checking in, as well as our Shorthorns, that is on the south side in ring number 1.
We get into the limousines here. I got 3 head of cattle, and I think 3 good cattle represent a lot of quality. I certainly see a lot of good in each one of them. All 3 of them maybe wanting to fight us a little bit, maybe have a little attitude, and it maybe while we're here today, certainly get a little extra practice out here. But there's no doubt you put the cattle in motion, just study them for build, just terms of problem-free ones that certainly got an extra high-quality build. The yellow one, certainly my favorite. Good centered calf, awesome balanced calf. He's the best one just in terms of his feet and leg structure. He's the squarest one that takes the best stride and just the most comfortable when you put him out into motion. Everything still blends together, probably just a little neater from his chest, shoulder, heart, and back there in terms of balance, I think, down the road. Like I said, I genuinely see some good in all 3 of these, and I thought it's pretty close here between second and third. This one's getting closer to a market weight. The young lady's got here is going to be in second. Big bone, big-legged, long neck, pretty slick-necked one that already has some condition on him. Really balances up well, very fresh, very presented very nicely. You put him into motion compared to that yellow calf, comes up maybe an inch or 2 shorter in his stride. I think all in all, maybe not as comfortable in the way he's put together in his structure. One that certainly comes together with a ton of quality right there. See a lot of future in this one. He's easily the greenest one, which you can see right there behind his shoulders. He's pretty raw on his forerib just in terms of his condition. The pieces are there. Wild-necked, big-hipped one. He's got the right kind of bend to his legs and certainly very flexible when you put him into motion. Maybe bow's a little going away, just a little piecier today with being a little greener from his shoulder to his heart, back to his flank. Good class, 3 very high-quality cattle. Congratulations.
All right, let's get ourselves caught up. If you see on the south side, we're currently showing Maine Anjou. Just before that breed, we had the limousine class. Our breed champion is out of class number 1, Mason Shout. Your reserve champion was out of class number 3, Hadley Harrell. And congratulations to your second class winner, Lacey Talley. Over here on the north side, we just finished the Hereford show. Your breed champion is out of class number 1. That's Paisley Weatherly. And your reserve champion is out of class number 2, Heston Symes. And your class winner came out of class number 3, Kaylee Noss. We're now ready on the north side for the limousine show. Those exhibitors can make their way into the arena at this time.
We've got a nice pair of Maine Anjou steers these exhibitors bring us. Going to start with the young lady's calf up front. Really good structured steer. You just set him right there, set to his back leg, the set to his shoulder, the bend to his knee. All very good, very sound and comfortable when you put him into motion. She does a good job getting him stopped like that. Certainly gives you a good balanced look. He's better centered than the calf right behind him, deeper in his heart, deeper in his flank. Probably just looks like one be quite a bit easier feeding. I think plenty muscle there, not overpowering in terms of width and muscle. I think you just study them in terms of true width and shape, and I'd say the black and white one is built a bit stouter, harder muscled, more shapely kind of steer. He's probably a little more chiseled and neater up there through his chest and his front end. A calf that'll have a lot of product to him when you get some condition on him down the road. Today he's pretty green. You can kind of see it sitting there, a little shallower, a little harder there through the center part of his body. Nice pair of them, though. Congratulations to both those individuals.
Over on the main and juice side, your breed champion is Bentley Lester. Your reserve breed champion, congratulations to Brooks Webb. We have a single entry in Solaire. They're welcome into the arena at this time. Shorthorn, be getting ready. And Simmental. We have a single entry in our next class here on the south side. Shorthorns begin checking in. In the Shorthorn division, we will begin with a third class. We have 2 entries in that class. Classes 1 and 2, be standing by. We'll invite you in following class number 3 for breed champion and reserve.
This young man brings us a nice single entry here. Powerful calf, really, really impressive when you get right behind him. Big pinned one that's got a lot of shape and muscle and product. The way he's built in his skeleton. Still has some extension, so got some neat pieces from the side. His neck sets high, pretty level. The way he's built down his top line. Probably could give him a bit more depth of body, particularly in his flank from the side. Help him in terms of balance. One that's got a ton of shape, ton of product, and certainly high quality steer. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your breed champion over here on the south side, Heston Symes. We're now ready for Shorthorn. We're going to start with our third class. We have 2 exhibitors in class number 3. Classes 1 and 2 be standing by for breed champion and reserve. In the South Arena, the Shorthorn Steer Show is about to begin. Boone Wester, please check in. Boone Wester, please check in. Over here on the north side, we just finished the limousine show. Your breed champion is out of class number 1. That's Mason Shout. Your reserve champion is out of class number 2, Lacey Talley. And congratulations in first place out of class number 3, Hadley Harrell. We're now showing here on the north side the Maine Anjou Steer Show. We're expecting 2 exhibitors in that class. Salier, be checking in on the north side. Over on the south side, we'll be ready for all of our Shorthorn exhibitors. You may enter the arena. We're going to bring all 3 classes in to show breed champion and reserve. Over here on the north side in ring number 2, congratulations in the Maine Anjou Show to your breed champion, Bentley Lester, your reserve champion, Brooks Webb. We'll be now ready for our single entry in the Salier Steers. Shorthorn, you can begin checking in on the north side. We'll be calling for you next. Over our north side, congratulations to your breed champion, Heston Symes. We're now ready to move on the north side with our shorthorn steer. This is in ring number 2. We have 3 exhibitors, a single entry in 3 classes. We'll invite those exhibitors into the arena at this time for breed champion and reserve.
Got a nice set of shorthorn steers in this lineup. 3 single entries. We'll kind of talk about each class winner before we name our champion in reserve. Nice lightweight, just weighing a little over 600. The young white steer the young man brings out here. Good centered, has some muscle in relation to his weight and frame. Pretty sound in terms of his feet and legs. You compare him to them 2 behind him. Probably not enough horsepower today, just in terms of foot, bone, and mass. I think part for part, it's a nice calf there. Certainly has some future for him. I think it really comes down to these 2 heavier weight calves in this division, and a pair that has some trade-off. The redneck roan, the young man's got the middleweight. Really good in the angles to his skeleton, particularly really good centered, deeper hearted, deeper flanked, good body, good feeding looking kind of steer, gives you a good balanced look, a little smoother maybe the way his blade lays onto his body. Get behind him, I'd say enough muscle, probably not as much just shape, substance maybe in foot size as a red steer right behind him. Red steer right behind him, honestly, first thing I noticed, he comes in, his feet are really long. If I could square up his feet just a little bit, but he uses his structure and his feet well to go along with that. Get behind him. He's certainly the one you like the best out here just in terms of width, product, and power. Really shapely down his top. Big pinned one. Easily has the most muscle out here. I still think he's built with some quality. Neck set's pretty high on his shoulder. Still good and flexible when you put him out into motion. Maybe a little piecier in terms of balance compared to the roan one right in front of him. A little tighter there in his heart. Cuts up a little in his flank. You can see there. Maybe a little off in his pins is where you'd pick on him a little bit. I like that combination, though, of having more power, still being probably, all in all, my favorite one just in terms of just structure and length of stride out here. So he's going to be our champion. Young man out of the middleweight's going to be reserved. I think it's a close pair, though. Congratulations to both of you.
All right, now our shorthorns are invited into the North Arena in ring number 2. But in ring number 1, our shorthorn champion is out of the 3rd class. Congratulations to Hudson Cooper. Your reserve champion is out of class number 2, Hagen Hambrick. And congratulations in class number 1 to your first place winner, Cooper Coe. We have 2 exhibitors in the south side in ring number 1 in Simmental. They're invited in the arena at this time.
let's start walking. These are an actor. Got a nice pair of Simmental steers. You can just follow her. We're going out here, and that's my fault. We've kind of switched up the way we work the ring here a little bit, trying to get these cattle to stop going away from their stalls, maybe help the showman out a little bit in some of these classes. But nice pair here. There's some differences, and certainly some differences, I think, just in terms of their structure and the way they're built. I think this Bronco face calf's just got more of a fat steer feeding look. Quite a bit better there in terms of the depth of his heart, shape of his body, depth back to his flank. Calf is wide and stout and powerful when you get behind the cattle. So pretty up-headed for one that has some dimension and some body to him. I'd pick on him a little just in terms of his rear structure. Let's see him go a little square, a little more coordinated off his rear skeleton. One that's still certainly sound enough to win in this pair, though. Calf in second's got some wild pieces, really neat neck, really stout boned and heavy legged. Calf still has some muscle. You know, that is my first impression when he comes in. You say, probably doesn't have enough body. Cuts up quite a bit there to his flank. It's quite a bit shallower there in the center part of his body. You want to get a little more critical, maybe a little coarser in the shape of his hock, but certainly some neat pieces there. Love the extension up through his front end, how stout boned he is. Nice pair. Congratulations to both of you.
Over on the north side in ring number 2 in your Shorthorn division, your champion comes out of class number 2. Congratulations to Hagen Hambrick. Your reserve champion is out of class number 3, Hudson Cooper. And congratulations out of class number 1, your class winner is Cooper Coe. We'll be ready to invite our Simmentals in at this time. Over on the south side, we just got done with the Simmentals, and your breed champion was out of class number 2. That's Sophia Henderson. And your reserve champion was Riggin Adams. We're now showing crossbred over here on the south side, closest to the expo hall.
We got a nice pair of silver crossbreds out here, I think, getting towards the end of the show. A nice pair. I think there's some differences in them, and I think they're just a little different in terms of their type and kind. We're going to talk about each one before I select your champion out here. The one that came in first was the young ladies, the little lighter weight calf. Got some neat pieces. You really like his presence. You like his quality when he comes in the ring. So up-headed. He's so good in his spine, flat in his back. Still has some substance, some strength to his hip and his rear leg. When you put him into motion, certainly a lot of quality in the way he's put together, a lot of substance, a lot of just presence when he comes into the ring. You can get on top of him. I think enough there. You compare him to that one. Probably where you'd like to change him, and probably the question on him is right behind his shoulder. A little flatter on his forehead, maybe just a little narrower down his top. And time will tell, with condition, with some maturity down the road, will he get just enough back and shape to the center part of his body as a fat steer or not? Because he's certainly built with a lot of quality, a lot of presence, and one that certainly grabs your attention when he comes in the ring with the up-headed, neat look. One up front's built more like a fat steer for me, big middled, big top, big ended one. He's the heaviest muscle one in here, but a little stouter just in terms of his foot and bone and substance to him. When he does stop there, everything just proportions really good. For one that has that kind of mass and kind of has some condition on him, still real neat through his chest floor, the depth of his chest floor, the condition through his chest still reads, I think, just right for one that's real burly from there back. Not as neat up through his front end and his crest as the lighter weight calf. Maybe not as level out of his hip as a lighter weight calf. There's a lot more just steer there in terms of turn to his middle, shape down his top when you get on top of the cattle today. So that's the difference. I see them. I think two good cattle, kind of time will tell kind of how they mature. I like the power and the shape. And the heavy weight calf, he's going to be our champion today. Lighter weight calf is going to be reserved in this breed. Congratulations.
I think a really good class over here.
Over on the north side in the Simmental show, your breed champion is out of class number 2, Sophia Henderson, and your reserve champion out of class number 1, Riggin Adams. On the south side, your breed champion in the crossbred is out of class number 2, Mason Shout. Your reserve champion is Bentley Lester. We'll go ahead and invite our crossbreds into the arena on the north side for our final class. All of our breed champions in Ring 1 are invited to begin lining up in breed order. We'll be back with you here momentarily for Ring 1, Grand and Reserve Grand. Over here on the north side in our final steer class today, your breed champion. Congratulations to Mason Shout. Your reserve champion is Bentley Lester. Once again, in our South Arena in Ring 1, we'd like to invite all of our breed champions to begin lining up. We'll be ready for the grand drive here momentarily.
we're going to get to the end of our steer show today. Let's put our hands together for all these steer showmen out here. Good group of cattle, certainly good group of kids. And before we get into the cattle, I guess this is the first year they've had this show. First year I've ever been to these facilities. I guess I've driven by them on the interstate a few times. Really didn't know it was here, but incredible facilities. I think you guys are fortunate to have something like this. You can go drive a long ways, Oklahoma, Texas. There's nothing like this, I'll tell you, in New Mexico. Awesome facilities, air conditioned. This is very neat. Also, just this is a neat fair. Same can be said for that. You can go a lot of places in the surrounding states and not find a local fair like this. It's very cool. Visiting with Mr. Beck this morning. I thought something neat visiting with him is, as neat as this is, he's looking at ways to grow it, to do some new things like this prospect show. You don't find that anywhere. Leadership that wants to grow, build something like this facility, build something like this fair. Very neat. Very cool. We get into the steer show, didn't have a lot of numbers today, but certainly got a lot of quality on the top end of this deal. We've had some kind of prospect-sized ones. We certainly had some getting closer to a fat steer endpoint that'll show this fall. But good cattle all the way through. Got some different colors and shapes and sizes. But I'm certainly, I think, proud of the top two. You probably could go 3, 4, 5 deep in here, find some really good cattle you're proud of. I think we've got a standout I like a whole lot just in terms of the way he's built. I think the future he has, I think it gets quite a bit closer between 2 or 3 of them for reserve. But a really good show. Look forward to the showmanship and the heifers here in a little bit. Let's put our hands together one more time for the show management here and these exhibitors, and I'll show you my favorites.
We'll invite our grand champion and reserve grand champion to hang by for a photo opportunity, but your grand champion steer here this afternoon is out of the limousine. That's Mason Shout. Your reserve grand champion is from the Hereford division, and that's Paisley Weatherly. Congratulations to our exhibitors. All of our champions can begin lining up on the north side in ring number 2. We'll pause here just briefly and get a picture of our grand and reserve grand champions. We're already here on the north side in ring number 2 for our overall Grand and Reserve Grand Steer here today at the Route 66 Classic Open Show at the 2026 Canadian County Free Fair. Well, congratulations here in the north side to your grand champion out of the limousine, Mason Shout. Your reserve grand champion out of the crossbred, also Mason Shout. You're invited to remain in the arena for a photo opportunity. This will also be your first call for our Pee Wee Showman. Pee Wee Showman, you'll be checking in on the south side closest to the expo. We'll be ready to show showmanship here momentarily. We're expecting 4 exhibitors in Pee Wee Showmanship. Juniors and intermediates be getting ready. As we're taking photos and getting ready for showmanship, we want to remind all the exhibitors here today that the Kiowa County Freak Fair is having a show August 27th through the 29th in Hobart, Oklahoma. If you would like more information about that, we have a flyer up here in the announcer stand. You can come up, bring your phone, take a picture of it, and we hope to see you there August 27th through the 29th. We're already here on the south side. We're going to show a single showmanship class with both of our judges conferring to select our winners. We have the Pee Wees entering the arena at this time. We'll have 4 exhibitors. Juniors be standing by and check in the makeup area. If you received a business card this morning during the steer show and throughout the entire day to get your payout check, please bring that card up here to the announcer stand. We'll validate it and direct you to the main office here at the Expo to collect your money. Once again, if you do have a business card that has a payout amount on it, you can bring it up here to the announcer stand. We will validate it and direct you to the main office to get your premium checks.
Well, we're going to get started with showmanship here at the youngsters, the juniors out here, but doing a good job. All four of them, good job, and certainly doesn't make Brady and I's job very easy. We got to visit with all of them. You can tell they're all in tune, putting in the work at home, doing a good job with their animals. We probably thought that the two up front probably stood out. They're a little older. You can tell maybe a little more experienced out here. The other two young ladies doing a great job. Younger ladies said for their age, do an incredible job. Hope my little girl in a few years can show them like that because they're doing a great job. But these two individuals up front with the Hereford cattle do a really good job. Young man got that heifer up front parked just right when we walked around this last time. The young lady there with the Hereford steer, I told Brady when she walked in, we saw her show the steers a few times earlier. I said, she's all business. I don't know if she even smiles from the picture. She's all business, serious out here, and does a really good job for a young showman. It's very close. Probably when it comes down for me, and I do this a lot in showmanship, when it came down to kind of the money time right at the end, the one that got the job done the best and just nailed him at the last second was the young man up front. He's going to be our first place winner. The young lady behind him is going to be second. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together. Awesome group of junior showmen.
Good job, young lady. Good job showing.
In our Pee Wee Showmanship, congratulations to your champion, Lander Fitzsimmons, and your reserve champion is Paisley Weatherly. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready for junior showmanship. This is youth 8 through 11. We're expecting 6 exhibitors in this class. Please check in. We'll be ready for you at this time. Intermediate, make your way into the makeup area. We'll be ready for you next. We're now ready to move on to our intermediate showmanship, expecting 6 entries. You can enter the arena under the direction of our ring help. Also, if anybody has found a phone, we have a phone that is missing, possibly in here in the Coliseum. If you have found a phone, you can bring it up to the announcer stand.
keep moving here. I think we got a very competitive group of showmen in the intermediates here, and a good group. What it comes down to, I think we got one individual where we're very comfortable with winning today. I think a lot as a group out here is you can kind of look across like the angles of the cattle in relation to the lineup. Some of them maybe have the shoulder a little further out than the rear. I think ideally you want them straight, or the shoulder probably a little more closer to the rail. Probably one thing we kind of said as a whole. And we think it gets pretty close for reserve, but a good group of intermediate showmen. We certainly had some discussion between really three individuals on who was going to be second. We thought the young lady back for the short horn did an excellent job today. She's going to be our winner. Congratulations. Again, we were pretty torn between reserve, and as you look right here, really all five of you remaining now got them set up pretty close to right in terms of the feet and leg placement. Like I said, maybe you could nitpick some of them, the angle of the calf in relation to the lineup. But once we stopped them this last time, probably our deciding factor, the individual that we thought got their animal set up the quickest and most ideal. I don't think that the calf's moved yet. This young man with this black steer right here in the black shirt, he's going to be second. Congratulations.
In our intermediate showmanship division, congratulations to your champion, Kelby Worthington, and your reserve champion, Reagan Adams. We're now ready for our first heat in senior showmanship. We'll have 2 heats and bring back the finalists to get your champion senior showman. Congratulations to our exhibitors here in the first heat. Please hang by in the makeup area. Once we get the arena cleared, we'll be ready for our second heat. They can come in under the direction of our ring help.
We got a nice set of showmen. Our second heat of seniors here. But Brady and I, we're in consensus here. Going to keep these three to our left to come back in our finals. Just a little quicker to the draw, if you will. A little more natural, I think, good showmen. You can see here, young individuals still doing a good job. I can just nitpick a little here or there on some foot placement or the angle of the cattle, but a good group of seniors. Let's put our hands together for this second heat.
Congratulations to our exhibitors here in the second heat. We'll invite these exhibitors out of the arena, and then our finalists can begin lining up. We'll be ready for our finals in senior showmanship. Congratulations here in our senior showmanship. Your champion is Ella Danielson. And I'm not riding home with either one of these, but the reserve champion is Lana Danielson, so they can argue it out all the way back to Mustang. We're going to pause here briefly for about 10 minutes, give our heifers an opportunity to start making their way into the makeup pen. We will resume competition here at 12:50, so we'll take about a 10-minute break. Our first class will be the breeding heifer AOB. We have 2 exhibitors in Class 1 and a single exhibitor in Class 2. Following that will be the American. We have a single entry in that class. We have 2 exhibitors in 2 classes, so a single entry in 2 classes in Angus. That's where we'll be starting off our show here in Ring A. We will resume competition in 10 minutes at 12:50. We want to remind all of our exhibitors that coming up here, August 27th through the 29th in Hobart, Oklahoma, will be the Kiowa County Freak Fair. You are all invited to the cattle show, so I want to make sure that you have that information. If you would like to see the flyer, we have it up here in the announcer stand. You're welcome to bring your phone up here. You can take a picture of it and have it on your calendar for August 27th to the 29th in Hobart, Oklahoma, the Kiowa County Freak Fair. Well, welcome back. We're ready to get started here with our Heifers show. We're going to start here with AOB. We've got two exhibitors in class number 1. Those exhibitors, under the direction of our ring help, can enter the arena at this time. Class 2, be standing by. Our American breeding heifer, we have a single entry in that breed. Please be checking in. Also, this is a second alert for Angus and Charlet.
We're going to get started in our heifer show over here in Ring A with a nice pair of American summer-born, kind of yearling American, look like Brangus type heifers here. Young lady brings a nice heifer up front. I think wins this pair rather handily. Really good at the surface, big-footed, stout bone, still smooth jointed, still has the right kind of bend to her lower joints and flexibility to get out on the go. Quite a bit softer and just more practical in her kind. And particularly there in her center body. Heifer gives you good balanced looks when she stops there. Heifer in second certainly got some neat pieces. She's slicker neck, clean chested, really neat up to her front end, really neat about her crest and dead level in her top line. She's probably a little leveler there from her chest floor into her forerib. Not as much heifer there though, a little shallower bodied, a little frailer bone, just not as much mass we see in our class winner. Nice pair of them though, congratulations. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
Here in our first class of AOB, in first place, congratulations to Kelby Worthington. In second place, Boston Bilyeu. We're now ready to invite our single entry in class number 2. We'll ask our class 1 exhibitors to stand by for breed champion and reserve.
Nice single entry. I remember this young man showing her in showmanship earlier. Got some shape, got some foot and bone. Heifer certainly got some neat pieces. You stop her there. She's flexible in her lower joints, her upper skeleton. You probably poke holes in a bit when you put her into motion. As you can see right there, gets a little tighter there in the center of her top. But once you stop her, you like the power, one that's got some style and got some substance. Nice heifer. Congratulations.
Congratulations in your second class of AOB, Boston Bilyeu. We'll invite our class winners out of class number 1 and 2 back in for breed champion and reserve. This will be final call for our single entry in American breeding. Be standing by. You can check in the entry area with our arena help. Second call for Angus. We have 2 classes and a single exhibitor in each class. We'll bring both of those in together to show for breed champion and reserve, and second call also for your Charlet.
Got a nice pair of Brangus type heifers out here, and I think you first look at them here from the side. There's some similarities. You like the foot, you like the bone, like the extension on both of them strong in terms of their breed character. Then you start to break them down, though, and you like the young lady's heifer up front. A little neater the way her shoulder lays onto her body, a little more angle to her shoulder and her front knee. Her head with that comes out of her shoulder a little higher, and particularly there when you put her into motion, just a little more comfortable today in her top line. She's going to be our champion. I remember the second young man had it. I prefer this heifer he's showing out here at a Class 2 to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Here in our first breed in the heifer show this afternoon, your champion is out of class number 1. Congratulations to Kelby Worthington. Your reserve champion is out of class number 2, Boston Bilyeu. We're now ready to invite our single entry in the American breeding heifer, Angus. Please be checking in. Charlet, make your way into the makeup area. We'd like to go ahead and invite our first class of AOB. On the north side here in ring number 2, we have 2 exhibitors in class number 1 and a single exhibitor in class number 2. Class 1 is invited into the arena on the north side in ring number 2 under the direction of our ring help.
It's got a single entry, a Beefmaster female here. Brady and I saw her in showmanship, and we're talking about this heifer. I think it's a good Beefmaster heifer, and he and I get to do some of the bigger Beefmaster shows here or there. I think certainly one that could be competitive on a bigger stage, even within her particular breed. Got the right feet and bone, got good angles to her skeleton. Heifer's really got a lot of width and shape and muscle to go along with it. A nice Beefmaster heifer. Let's put our hands together for that young man.
Here in ring 1 on the south side, closest to the expo, your breed champion is Wesley Eason. Congratulations. Over here in ring number 1, we have a single entry in class 1 and a single entry in class 2. Those 2 exhibitors, class winners, are invited into the arena for breed champion and reserve. Charlet, you may check in. We'll be looking for you next here in ring 1 on the south side. Over here on the north side in ring number 2 in the Class 1 of AOB. In first place, congratulations to Kelby Worthington. In second place, Boston Bilyeu. We're now ready for Class number 2 of the AOBs. On the north side in ring number 2, we have a single entry.
We have got a pair of single entry Angus heifers out here. We'll talk about them before we select our champion. The younger heifer up here, January born, a spring born kind of heifer here. Heifer's built really nice, good bodied, up headed. I like the slope to her shoulder. Heifer that's real good and comfortable when you put her into motion. Good in her top line, good in terms of her flex. You'll start comparing her to the older heifer. Even though she's a little younger, you probably say she's maybe a little more moderate in her kind, maybe a little shorter bodied. Heifer maybe doesn't have as much foot size and substance as the older heifer, but good heifer. I like that type and kind. Good body shape, good neck, good structured kind of a female. The older heifer out here coming out next, like we just said, a bit more foot substance in terms of foot and bone. Heifer gives you a pretty neat look once you stop there in terms of just balance, in terms of her lines. Get on top of the cattle, I think there's just more of her today. Really good center. She's good in her heart. She's good in her flank. Still has some shape when you get on top of her. Maybe just a little fresher being the old one out here in terms of her condition. So nice pair of them. I prefer the power and a little more extension in the older heifer today. She's going to be our champion. Younger heifer going to be reserved. Congratulations.
We'll get you caught up here on the south side in the Angus show here of our heifer show here today. Your champion is out of class number 2, Michaela Berg. And your reserve champion out of class number 1, Jalen Berg. On the north side, we just completed our second class of AOB. In first place is Boston Bilyeu. We'd like to invite those class winners back into the arena for breed champion and reserve. Moving back over to the south side in ring number 1, we're now ready for our Charlet. We have 2 entries, a single entry in 2 different classes. We're bringing those class winners in to show for champion and reserve. Over here in ring number 2, we just completed with the AOB, and your champion is out of class number 1, Kelby Worthington. Your reserve champion out of class number 2, Boston Bilyeu. Under the direction of our ring help in ring number 2, we'd like to invite our American breeding heifer in. We have a single entry in a single class. Angus can begin lining up in ring 2. We'll be calling for you next. Over on the north side in your class, breed champion is Wesley Eason. We're now ready for our Angus here in arena number 2. We have a single entry in Class 1, a single entry in Class 2. We'll invite those class winners in at this time for breed champion and reserve.
Got a nice pair of Charolais heifers here and took a little extra time. Both of them maybe fighting the show ring a little bit and trying to get the right look at them, but I think they're close. They're both real similar just in terms of type and kind. Your first impression, both pretty similar just in terms of body, balance, extension, both pretty sound in terms of their feet and legs. I'm just going to talk a little bit about each one. The young lady in yellows, that one's a little longer bodied, probably a little bigger in her kind, maybe a little more muscle. Just when we put the cattle into motion, I probably prefer the young ladies back here, the one in second right now. I think standing there, she has a bit more set to her hock, probably just a little more attractive set to her hind leg. You put her into motion, she's probably just a little more agile out of her hip and out of her hock. It's little differences there, really a close pair. I guess I like the structure and motion of the young lady in blues to my left here to be our champion. The young lady in yellow and the right's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Over in Arena 1 on the south side in the Charolais, your champion comes out of class number 1, Jalen Berg. Your reserve champion out of class number 2, Michaela Berg. On the south side here, we'll be ready now for Kia Nina. We have 3 exhibitors in 3 classes, so a single entry in 3 different classes. We'll invite those 3 exhibitors into the arena as class winners to compete for champion and reserve. Over in Arena 1, following Kia Nina, will be Polled Hereford. You can begin making your way and check in. Following that will be Maine Angus. Following Maine Angus will be Maine Anjou. So this will be your first call. You can begin making your way into the makeup area. You can check in with our arena help. We'll be ready for you here momentarily. Over here on the north side, in ring number 2 in the Angus division, your champion is out of class number 1, Jalen Berg. Your reserve champion out of class number 2, Michaela Berg. We'll be ready for our Charlet next here in Arena 2.
We get into the Chianina division over here. 3 nice heifers, 3 single entries. We'll talk a little bit about each one before we select our champion in reserve. The youngest heifer on my right, the young lady's got up there, certainly gives you a good look, really clean-necked heifer. You really like the shape of her rib, the way it comes out of her spine. Bold there, still good and level in her top line and level in her lines. You can compare her back to the 2 older heifers, just right at the surface, probably not as stout-boned, big-footed, or just sure-footed. I think plenty sound, maybe just not as heavy-boned, heavy-constructed underneath. Heifer in second one, probably a little later maturing in her look, but I think will serve her well down the line. Really neat in terms of her extension, really refined about her head, neck, and shoulder. Good in terms of her shape, good in terms of her hip and her hind leg. Her tail head maybe comes out of her little bit extra. She's probably not as stout and square the way she's built out of her hind leg as the baldy heifer right behind her. And the baldy heifer right behind her, first glance, just the biggest bodied one out here. I think the more you study her, particularly in motion, though, you appreciate a lot of things about her. I think she's the stoutest bone, stoutest featured one, that's still the squarest built, that's still probably all in all the soundest and most comfortable when you study her, the way she moves out of her spine and off both ends. I think a nice heifer there. I like the baldy to be our champion. Heifer out of the middle to be reserved. Congratulations.
Over here on the south side, in ring number 1 in the Chianina, your champion is out of class number 3, Heston Hanza. And your reserve champion comes out of class number 2. Congratulations to Ella Danielson. Over here on the north side, in ring number 2 in the Charlet, your champion is out of class number 2, Michaela Berg. Reserve champion out of class number 1, Jalen Berg. We will now be ready for Chianina. In ring number 2 on the north side, we have 3 exhibitors in 3 classes, so a single entry. We'll invite those class winners in for breed champion and reserve. Over on the south side in Arena 1, we're now showing the Polled Hereford, Maine Angus, Maine Anjou, and maintainers. You can begin checking in the makeup area on the south side closest to the expo in Ring 1.
We get in our Hereford Drive here. Again, 3 single entries. We'll talk a little bit about each one. The youngest heifer ends up being in the middle here to get them to walk around the ring. Got some neat pieces, really long and clean necked. Heifer has some shape to her rib and has some muscle. And you're on your first shot there. She's a little hollower, a little shallower back to her flank. You put her into motion, you can probably pick on her. Look, it's a little steeper out of her hip and wish she took a bit of a longer stride off her rear too. The heifer here out of our middle class. Another one's got some muscle, got some extension. Maybe not as stout boned or stout featured as our older heifer. Again, you probably pick on her, wish she just took a bit of a longer stride and you put her into motion. Certainly like the power that she has. We got a real good older heifer out here. The young man brings us awesome just in terms of their foot quality, joint quality. One of the older heifers, I'd say probably the oldest heifer we've seen here today. Still good in terms of her condition. Awesome bodied, awesome footed and jointed, and really fresh in the way she's brought to us today. She's going to be our champion. The other heifer up front, the stout, bigger one, there's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
The class that just finished on the south side in Ring 1, the Polled Hereford, your breed champion is Lander Fitzsimmons out of class number 3. Reserve champion was Lacey Talley out of class number 1. And also congratulations to Lacey Talley, first place winner out of class number 2. On the north side, we just completed the Kianina. And on that side, your champion is out of class number 3, Heston Hansa. Your reserve champion is out of class number 2, Ella Danielson. And congratulations to your first place winner, Jenna Brooks. We'll be ready here on the south side in ring number 1 for Maine Angus, Maine Anjou, Maintainer, and Shorthorn. Please be getting ready. Also as well, Red Angus for ring 1. Over in ring 2, we just finished the Kianina. Next in will be Polled Hereford, You can enter the arena at this time under the direction of the ring help.
Got a really nice single entry main Angus this young lady brings us. Really like how she's built, big at the ground, get the pretty feet, toes spread, square-toed one that still has some substance, still has some flex to her lower joints. Good middle one right there. You got her set up just right, and she really balances up nice. I think a really good built heifer. You get that one freshened up, fresh clipped here later on in the winter. I think certainly a good heifer that can withstand a lot more competition. Congratulations.
Over in ring 1, we just completed the main Angus division, your breed champion. Congratulations to Jenna Brooks. We'll now invite Maine Anjou. We have 2 classes and a single entry in each class. We'll invite those class winners into the arena for breed champion and reserve. Over in ring number 2, we just completed the Polled Hereford. Your breed champion is out of class number 3, Lander Fitzsimmons. Reserve champion out of class number 1, Lacey Talley. And also congratulations out of class number 2, your first place winner, Lacey Talley. Over in the second arena, we'll be ready for our main Angus. Once we get everything reset, we'll move right back into our arena number 1 on the south side. We have 2 exhibitors in Maine and Anjou, a single exhibitor in 2 classes. They will come in as class winners for breed champion and reserve. In ring 2 on the north side, in the main Angus breed, your breed champion, congratulations to Jenna Brooks.
Again, we got two singles out here, two nice main heifers. Really like the heifer up front of the first class when you put him into motion. I think the angles of her skeleton, the way she moves with comfort, squareness at the ground, just flexibility. Certainly my favorite out here, really good in terms of her spine. Big middle kind of heifer, still real neat and clean up to her front end. Particularly though, just in terms of her structural quality, that's where she has the advantage out here. Heifer in second, I really like her condition. Fresh condition one, kind of slicked off out here. Looks like one certainly can get better than you feed on her down the road. She's in the right rig right now. Heavy bone, heavy structured, heavy muscle kind of effort. Gives you a good balanced look. Really stout featured, certainly. I'd have the advantage just in terms of overall substance of bone and muscle. One gives you a good look there. Put her into motion. She's not as agile as the one right in front of her. Comes up just a bit shorter in her stride. Just not as comfortable all the way around. I think good enough, just doesn't match that one's level of athleticism. Young man up front is going to be our champion. Young lady in the second hole is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
In ring number 1, the main Anjou, your champion out of class number 1, Lander Fitzsimmons. Your reserve champion out of class number 2, Lana Danielson. Next here in ring 1 on the south side will be Maintainer. We'd also like to invite Red Angus, Shorthorn, and Shorthorn Plus be getting ready.
This young lady brings us a really nice single entry Maintainer here. Really good centered, deep body. The depth of her heart and her flank is just right in relation to her chest. And then really like the shape of her body when you get on top of her. You step off from the side there. She's got some presence to her head and neck, got the right kind of bend to her legs. I think a real high quality female. Congratulations.
In ring 1 on the south side, in the Maintainer, your first place and breed champion, congratulations to Hadley Harrell. Next in ring 1, we have a single entry in the Red Angus. They're invited into the arena under the direction of our ring help. The Shorthorns should be getting ready and check in the makeup area. This will be a schedule reminder that for Shorthorn, we will show class number 2 first. We have 2 exhibitors in class number 2. Class 1 and 3 be standing by for breed champion and reserve. In ring number 2, we just completed the main Anjou. That's on the north side here. Your champion is out of class number 1, Lander Fitzsimmons. Your reserve champion out of class number 2, Lena Danielson. We're now ready to invite our single entry maintainer here in Arena 2 under the direction of our ring help.
Got a nice single entry Red Angus this young lady brings us. Really neat up to the front third of her body. She's smooth shouldered, very feminine about her head and neck. Still has some body, still has some width and shape to her body from there back. Certainly plenty sound. You put her into motion. You pick on her a little, she can be a little stouter, maybe a little square in the way she goes out of her hind leg, but after it gives you a good quality look and still has some body and shape to go along with it. Congratulations.
Congratulations here on the south side in ring number 1 to your Red Angus breed champion, Reagan Worthington. We're now ready in ring number 1 for Shorthorn. We'll start with class number 2. We have 2 exhibitors in class number 2. Class 1 and 3 be standing by. Class number 2 is invited into the arena in ring 1 at this time. In ring number 2 on the north side, and the maintainer, congratulations to your breed champion, Hadley Harrell. Memphis Barta, please check in. Memphis Barta, please check in. We're ready for class number 2 of the Shorthorns, class number 2. In ring 2, we just completed with the Red Angus, your breed champion. Congratulations to Reagan Worthington.
Honestly, kind of went back and forth on this pair. Pretty different in terms of their type and kind. I think each kind of has their strength and probably has an area or two you'd like to change them. Zephyr's a lot more feminine. The predominantly red one we're going to lead off with. Her shoulder lays onto her body and a little smoother, more feminine package, a little neater about her head and chest. She's better in her top line in terms of comfort, a little softer bodied. Wish she was square out of her hip and probably wish she's a little more flexible out of her hind leg. But she does have more body, a little fresher, a little smoother in the way she's built through her front third. Like I said, I thought it's close, and there's some trade-offs. This heifer's stouter boned, probably has a little more flex to her rear pasture, a lot more muscle and width and shape in the way she's built. With that, you just kind of see right there, she kind of gets up in her top, a little tighter, center part of her back, maybe a little coarser about her shoulder. I thought that was a close pair and could have went either way. Congratulations to both of you.
In class number 2 here in ring number 1 of our Shorthorns, in first place is Jacob Morse. Second place, congratulations to Memphis Barta. We'd like to invite all of our class winners of Shorthorn into ring 1 at this time. We'll have an entry in class 1. We'll invite the winner out of class 2 and a single entry in class 3 in for breed champion and reserve.
Got 3 nice heifers in our Shorthorn drive. We'll visit about each one of them. The youngest calf down here, the young lady's got the one that probably initially hits you with the most quality and balanced look. She's the freshest haired one, has the most just shape to her. I think she's the neatest up through her front end. Heifer, I think moves probably plenty good enough in terms of her feet and leg structure. You might nitpick her and give just a bit more set to her hock, but like her width, like her quality, like her freshness. Just talked about the young man's heifer out of the second class. Good body, neat up through her front end. Probably wish she was built a little more agile out of her hip and out of her hind leg. You know, this coming 2-year-old, the young lady brings this. Done a good job, got her bred. You can tell she's going to calf here the next few months. You like the udder development and the teat structure she's got so far. Good footed, good jointed, flexible, sound made kind of cow prospect here. Maybe compare her to the younger heifers, maybe a little flatter when you get in behind her. Maybe her front end has a little more chest up there, but that kind of comes with age. Sound made heifer that's done a good job in getting her heavy bred. I think it gets close between her and the youngest heifer out here. Youngest heifer hit me just a bit more quality and freshness today. She's going to be our champion. Our oldest heifer is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
In our Shorthorn breeding, congratulations to your breed champion out of class number 1, Talia Ferguson. Your reserve champion is out of class number 3, Cadence Walker. We'll now be ready in ring number 1 for Shorthorn Plus. We have 4 classes and a single entry in each class. We'll bring those exhibitors in together as first place winners to compete for breed champion and reserve. On the north side in ring number 2, we will start off with class number 2. We have 2 exhibitors in class number 2. Class number 2 in the Shorthorn, you're invited into ring 2 under the direction of our ring help. In ring number 2 in our first class of Shorthorn, which is class number 2 in first place, was Memphis Barta. In second place, congratulations to Jacob Morse. We'll invite the class winners out of class 1, 2, and 3 into the arena here in ring number 2 for breed champion and reserve.
Got a nice set of Shorthorn Plus females out there. I think the Shorthorns and Shorthorn Plus have been our 2 biggest breed so far. Got some nice heifers here to show for it. We'll kind of talk through the lineup here. 4 single entries. We're seeing them all for the first time. A nice January calf. Remember, got the first look at her in showmanship. Really good centered heifer that's deep bodied. Still has the right kind of shape. Really strong in her top lines. Balances up nicely. Still neat up to her front end. Gets out and moves good. You know, for one that has that kind of good mass and shape up high, she probably doesn't match it in terms of substance, just right at the ground. Maybe see her just be a bit bigger footed, stouter bone, but a correctly built one that's really good centered and balances up nice. Heifer's got a lot of power out of the second class. She is bigger footed, stouter boned than the one right in front of her, one that's big hipped and got some muscle, good bodied one. You know, you put her into motion today, she looks a little sore, timid on her rear 2 feet, kind of wants to stay a little rigid off her pasterns. That's probably going to get her beat today. Kind of seems like she could get over that, but today's kind of bothering her. We got a really good heifer here out of our third class. So neat and elegant through her front end, so massive about her body, and she's really good at the ground. Big-footed, smooth-jointed one, like we talked about, for one that has that kind of body and bone. She's still smooth-jointed, shoulder and chest, forerib, all that transitions just right. A really fresh one. Hits us with a lot of quality today. Then a really good built heifer out of our oldest class, this black heifer. Really like the angles of her skeleton. Really like the flex and reach she has off both ends of her skeleton. A long-bodied heifer that's just correct in the way she's built. You study her just in terms of her balance and her lines. Probably not as sleek and neat in terms of her look and her build and her bottom line balance in particular compared to that heifer right in front of her, but one that really got to appreciate the way she's built for a heifer that's going to be a coming 2-year-old next spring. So really good shoulder and plus lineup. I like the heifer out of class 3 quite a bit. I think she wins rather handily. I think there's some trade-offs for reserve. I like the structural quality of the oldest black heifer to be reserved, though. Congratulations.
Over in ring 1, we're now showing Simmental, and just before that class, we had our Shorthorn Plus breeding. Your champion was out of class number 3, Delaney Moore. The reserve champion was out of class number 4, Caden Worthington. And congratulations in first place out of class number 1, Kelby Worthington, and first place out of class number 2, Ella Danielson. In ring 2, we just got completed with the Shorthorn breeding. Your champion was out of class number 1, Talia Ferguson. Your reserve champion out of class number 3, Cadence Walker. In ring 2, we are now showing for breed champion and reserve Shorthorn Plus. We have 4 exhibitors, a single entry in 4 classes. Those class winners will come into the arena at this time to show for breed champion and reserve.
We got a good pair of late fall-born purebred semis here. I think a lot of appreciate about both these heifers just in terms of being good-footed, good structured cattle. Both got some substance and some shape to them. This heifer's kind of got the attractive look, the freshness that catches your eye initially. Really neat for the Baldy to be that feminine up there through her head, neck, and shoulder. Walks with her head up. She stops with her head up. Level down her back, and probably just a little longer and leveler out of her hip in particular is probably the main difference between these two. On top of just this one having a bit more presence and being a bit more attractive. I like this heifer just in terms of her body shape, her bone, her structure. Really good in terms of her type and kind. Probably a little shorter and a little steeper out of her hip. Probably throws off her proportions a bit when you step off from the side compared to that class winner. 2 good heifers there nonetheless. Congratulations.
In ring 1 in our first class is Simmental. Our class winner, congratulations to Lana Danielson. In second place, McCoy Landwehr. We'll invite the class winners out of class 1 and our class winner out of class number 2 in the arena for breed champion and reserve. Want to make a quick call out. Our next class in class number 1 will be percentage Simmental. We have 5 different classes. There's 2 exhibitors in class 5. We will show that class first. Classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 be standing by for breed champion and reserve. But we will show class 5, or on your show bill, class number 37. We will show that class first. Your results here in ring number 2 with the Shorthorn Plus. Your champion is out of class number 3. Congratulations to Delaney Moore. Your reserve champion out of class number 4, Caden Worthington. And first place in class number 1, Kelby Worthington. And first place in class number 2, Ella Danielson. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
The young man brought a single entry into this purebred semi lineup here. Kind of fighting the halter bit out here, but she's got some good pieces. Stout bone, stout featured, big hipped one, pretty flexible when you get her out on the go. She's a little flatter sided if you when you get right up on top of the cattle. Probably could be just a bit more three-dimensional in terms of her build. Certainly see quality in the way she's built. We get down to champion. I think it's pretty logical though. The attractive Baldy here is going to be our champion. We'll bring in that second place. Talked about this young man's Baldy coming out in second, having maybe a bit more to her, maybe not as neat out of her hip, but a good boned, good structured one that's got some dimension to her. Really appreciate her type and kind. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
In ring number 1 in the Simmental Breeding, your champion out of class number 1, Lena Danielson. Reserve champion also out of class number 1, McCoy Landwehr. And in first place out of class number 2, Cole Honeywell. We're now ready in ring 1 for Percentage Simmental. And as a reminder, we will start with the final class, Class 5 or Class 37 on your show bill. We have 2 exhibitors in that class. Classes 33, 34, 35, and 36. Please be standing by for breed champion and reserve. In ring number 2, we're now ready for the Simmental. We have 2 exhibitors in class number 1, 2 exhibitors in class number 1, and a single exhibitor in class number 2. We're now ready to show class 1 with 2 exhibitors.
Got a good pair of percentage semis here. No, I think it's close. Two heifers are pretty different in terms of their type and kind, but generally they bring a lot of quality, a lot of freshness to the table. The both of them. I think you put them into motion. I probably like the angle of the shoulder, the bend of the knee of this baldy heifer a little better. She throws her neck so high off the top of her shoulder to go along with her being the one that probably has a bit more bone, a bit more substance, a bit more true width to her. I like the condition she's in, and again, maybe not the easiest one to hold condition on because she's got just a bit more to her and a bit more body, but I think she's a little leaner in terms of her condition, a little more slope to her shoulder, a little more elegant in the way in terms of her head carriage. I think there's some trade-offs. This one's center part of her body's really good, really bold, really deep, just really good centered heifer, still real feminine and pretty about her head, pretty clean about her neck. Heifer that's just got a lot of dimension to her, very level, just kind of dead on in terms of her lines. Just get nitpicky on her when you put her into motion. Not as big-footed, maybe not as much reach out of her front skeleton. Maybe got a little more condition on her compared to that class winner. All little differences, very close pair. I thought about switching it because it's two good heifers. Congratulations to both of you.
In our fifth class of percentage Simmental, in first place is Hank Hanza. In second place, congratulations to Hadley Harrell. In ring number 2 in our first class is Simmental in first place. Congratulations to Lana Danielson. In second place, McCoy Landwer. We'll bring the class winner out of class number 1 and class number 2 in for champion and reserve. In ring number 2, your breed champion is out of class number 1 in the scimitar. Congratulations to Lana Danielson, reserve champion, also out of class number 1, McCoy Landwehr. And we also want to congratulate first place in class number 2, Cole Honeywell. We'll transition back over to ring number 1 in the percentage scimitar breeding heifer. We'll invite the class winners out of class 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in for breed champion and reserve. This will be our final call for our single entry in the commercial breeding heifer. You will be next in ring 1 following the selection of breed champion and reserve percentage scimitar. Over here in ring 1, following the selection of breed champion and reserve, we'll invite these exhibitors over into ring number 2, and we'll operate in the same fashion. We'll start with the 5th class on your show bill, class 37. There's 2 exhibitors in that class. We will start with that class in ring 2, following the selection currently being held now in ring 1.
Get out here in our percentage Simmental drive. 4 of these were single entry, so the first time we're seeing them. Took a little extra time, made them go an extra lap, make sure I got every view of them here. Got a nice young, kind of greener heifer this young man brings out of the first class. Really good centered, really good in terms of her bottom line. Maybe not as stout in the construction of her hind leg. I think it just get better with time, a little more condition. Another kind of later maturing one that's pretty green here out of the second class. Really good in her top line, pretty attractive, pretty balanced. Maybe a little narrower, maybe a little flatter to get behind the cattle today. Again, she's pretty green. I think that'll just get better with some feed and time. I think it gets a little tougher here with these 3 older heifers. All bring, I think, good amount of quality out here. Really a slick neck, good bodied, good bone kind of heifer this young lady's got coming out next. She's good in motion, takes a long stride, probably collects herself a little better even when you put her into motion than she does standing there. You catch her standing right there, maybe gets a little weaker in her top line. She maybe gets a little narrower and flatter and get right behind the cattle. Then you compare to these 2 older heifers. But really like her lines, really like her structure. She's got some substance. Heifer coming out next, I think it's built real good up through her front end and her center body. Clean necked, really good in terms of her reach up front. Awesome centered, bold in terms of her forerib, deep flanked one that's really good bodied. Still has some mass and dimension, being good set to her hip and her hind leg. Maybe not as heavy duty in terms of foot and bone as the heifers early on either side of her. I don't know, I kind of kept watching her on even the second lap. She'll kind of get a little fast out here, and you maybe say she kind of swings them a little bit from behind. But I think all in all, a real sound one that's good bodied. I like the condition she's in as well. And the oldest heifer, she just came out of a tight pair there in class, but one, I think she's got some stuff you got to appreciate. Like we talked about her in class, has some bone, has a little extra muscle to her. Really neat how she sets her neck high on the top of her shoulder, then has some real width and shape from their back. I like the condition she's in for one that has a little extra muscle and extra substance. I think her condition's still really good and really fresh for the long haul. You know, maybe not as just sleek maybe in terms of her lines, but a balanced one, high-headed, has some body and has some substance and good in terms of her structure. So really good lineup. I think there's some good cattle up here, and I think there's some closer calls. My favorite out here is the Baldy, the oldest one out here. She's going to be your champion. Congratulations.
Breed champion in the percentage Simmental is out of class number 5, Hank Hanza. We're now showing for reserve breed champion.
Bring in the second place, and I kind of tucked that pair close because I think there are some differences there. See this one, really neat. The top of her blade and her head and neck, real attractive in that regard. Really bold centered, really good in terms of her bottom line. We picked on her a little bit, maybe the angle of her blade, maybe just in terms of her substance compared to the one that won the breed. I think her and that heifer right in front of her are pretty similar. Just study them in terms of their image or type of kind. Big-bodied heifer, the real sleek neck. Maybe a little neater on the way they're chiseled through their front third compared to our winner. I think the young ladies within the yellow here has a bit more slope to her shoulder there, probably a little softer there from the side. She's my second favorite. She'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Reserve breed champion out of class number 4. Congratulations to McCoy Landwehr. We also want to recognize your class winners out of class number 1, McCoy Landwehr. Class winner out of class number 2, Cole Honeywell, and your class winner out of class number 3, Landry Schultz. As those exhibitors make their way over into ring 2, we will start with class number 5, looking for 2 exhibitors in class number 5 of percentage Simmental. We have a single entry in our final breed here this afternoon in the commercial breeding heifer. That's taking place on the south side here in ring number 1.
Young lady brings in a nice single entry commercial heifer. We got to visit with her in our junior showmanship. You can tell she's really about it and does a really good job getting her shown. Nice silver commercial heifer here. She's got some shape, good down her top line. Heifer certainly got some quality. She got her dead on, set up just right there. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for that young exhibitor.
And in our final class here in ring number 1 in the commercial breeding heifer, your breed champion is Josie Barta. Congratulations. In our 5th class of Percentage Simmental, in first place, congratulations to Hank Hansa. In second place, congratulations to Hadley Harrell. We'll bring all of our class winners in class 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 back into the arena for breed champion and reserve. We'll also ask that our commercial exhibitor be standing by. You'll be next following the selection of breed champion and reserve here in ring 2. Over here in ring number 2 in the percentage scimitar, your breed champion is out of class number 5, Hank Hansa. Congratulations to your reserve percentage scimitar breed champion, also out of class number 5, Hadley Harrell. We'd like to invite all of our breed champions to begin lining up in front of the entrance to ring number 1. We're ready to work our final class in ring number 2, commercial breeding. We have a single entry in one class. They're invited into the arena at this time, but all of our other breed champions, you can begin lining up in front of the ring 1 entrance. Also in the percentage scimitar breeding, first place out of class number 1 is McCoy Landwehr. First place out of class number 2, Cole Honeywell. First place out of class number 3, Landry Schultz. And first place out of class number 4, McCoy Landwehr. Congratulations to all of our percentage scimitar exhibitors. We are now showing our final class here in ring number 2, commercial heifers. And over in ring 2, in our final class in the commercial breeding heifers, your breed champion is Josie Barta. Congratulations. We'll take just a brief second here to reset the arena. All of our ring 1 breed champions, please line up at the entrance to ring 1. Now entering the arena, all of our breed champions here from the Heifer Show. These are all breed champions from the Ring 1 competition.
Well, we get out here in our champion heifer drive lineup. I guess first, just want to start by saying thanks for having me. Certainly been an enjoyable day for me. It's always fun to get out and judge and get to come to Oklahoma a time or two a year and get to do some of these jackpot shows. It's a lot of fun bringing Brady with me today. Brady and I think, kind of relatable. There's some of these Redlands kids around here. We met as freshmen at Blinn years ago, have been really good friends since then, and now we live about 10 miles apart. We do a lot of show cattle things and putting on shows together, and certainly enjoyable having him next to me today. This has been a fun show, like talked about in the steer show. Really nice facilities, really a nice fair, really a nice management. Not huge numbers. I guess, my kind of thought out here is, we all go to a lot of major shows. We all go to a lot of junior nationals where they're big and it's really tough and hot pressure's on. Sometimes it's nice to go to a smaller show. I know it still takes the same amount of effort and money to come to something like this, but smaller show, a little more laid back. You can be home a little earlier, go to your local fair like this, and it's certainly enjoyable. Hope your kids and these cattle got a good experience today. I think it's good, probably getting them in and out of the ring. Certainly in an air-conditioned venue today is very, very nice, and certainly been enjoyable for me. I hope it's enjoyable for you guys. Quality of heifers was good. I think we get on the top end of this thing. You could probably go 4, maybe 5 deep of heifers that are good, and they're certainly very competitive. At a smaller jackpot like this, I think they're heifers that can be competitive down the road at something like the Cattlemen's Congress close to here in a few months from now within their respective breeds. Really good cattle all the way through here, and I certainly think we've got some outstanding ones at the top. So let's put our hands together for all these kids, all these cattle. I've had a good time.
Grand champion heifer out of ring 1 is from the Polled Hereford, Lander Fitzsimmons. Reserve Grand Champion in ring number 1 is out of the Shorthorn Plus, Delaney Moore. That does conclude our ring 1 awards. We'd like to have all of our ring 2 breed champions to line up at the entrance of ring 1. All of our ring 2 breed champions line up at ring 1. We are now ready to begin our Ring 2 Grand Drive. These are all of our breed champions that competed today on the north side in ring number 2. As a reminder, all the exhibitors, just so I can confuse you, you're going to enter in the ring 1 entrance, but these are all ring 2 breed champions coming into the arena at this time. And out of ring 2, your grand champion heifer. Out of the Shorthorn Plus, congratulations to Delaney Moore. Your reserve grand champion out of ring number 2, congratulations from the Polled Hereford breed, Lander Fitzsimmons. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude the events here in the arena, but not all day. Starting right now on the west side is going to be the Rabbit Show. Want to remind everybody, if you plan on hanging around this evening at 4 p.m., the Midway will close for a reset and reopen at 6 p.m. Family Night Awards will take place at 7 p.m. this evening, and if you do have exhibits in the expo hall, they will be released no earlier than 8 p.m. The event center will close at 10, and the Midway will close at 11. However long you decide to stay and however you want to get home, be safe, have a great rest of your weekend.